There's something almost magical about uncovering a secret, especially one that's been hidden for ages, waiting for the right moment to rewrite history. Picture this, a young scholar named Elenion, his fingers brushing against the crumbling edges of an ancient scroll, deep in the ruins of Ost in Edhill. The air is thick with dust and the weight of centuries as he unrolls it, his hands trembling not just from the chill of the ruins, but from the sheer magnitude of what he's found. This isn't just another relic. It's a revelation, a whispered truth about the Maiar, those lesser known but immensely powerful beings who shape the very fabric of Middle-earth. And as he reads, Elenion realizes something earth-shattering. The stories we've been told about creation, about the divine forces behind it all, might only be half the truth. Now, I've got to ask, where are you joining us from today? And what time is it where you are? Drop a comment below and let us know, because this isn't just a story about Elenion or some dusty scroll. It's about all of us, about that irresistible pull to uncover the mysteries that lie just beneath the surface of the world we think we know. The Maiar, often overshadowed by the valor in Tolkien's legendarium, were far more than just servants or assistants. They were shapers, healers, and sometimes even rebels, their actions weaving into the very bones of Middle-earth in ways we're only beginning to understand. And what if I told you that their hidden deeds, their quiet influence, might hold the key to seeing Tolkien's universe in a whole new light? This is where the real journey begins. Elenion's discovery cracks open a door to questions that ripple far beyond that ruined city. What if the Maiar weren't just supporting players, but central architects of creation? What if their choices, their sacrifices, and even their mistakes were the invisible threads holding Middle-earth together? The scroll speaks of their forgotten battles, their secret alliances, and their struggles with power, stories that challenge everything the elves thought they knew. And as we follow Elenion's path, we're not just uncovering lost lore, we're stepping into a world where the divine and the mortal collide, where the smallest actions of these lesser powers had consequences that echoed for millennia. So settle in, because this isn't just a tale of the past. It's a key to understanding the very nature of creation itself. Elenion knew the journey ahead wouldn't be easy. The scroll's revelations burned in his mind, but ancient truths rarely come without resistance. With the fragile parchment carefully wrapped and tucked away, he set his course for the Grey Havens, where the reclusive Lormaster Círdan guarded secrets older than the rise of Numenor. The road was long, and every step carried the weight of doubt. What if the scroll was a forgery, or worse, a trap meant to lead seekers astray? But the hunger for answers drove him forward, through mist-laden forests and along forgotten paths, where even the wind seemed to whisper warnings. When he finally stood before Círdan, the shipwright's piercing gaze held centuries of guarded knowledge. The Lormaster had seen ages rise and fall, and his distrust was as deep as the sea. Why dredge up what was buried? He demanded, his voice like the creak of ancient timbers. Elenion's hands trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer enormity of what he was asking, to unearth truths that could unravel history itself. He spoke of the scroll, of the Maiar's hidden hand, in shaping rivers and mountains, in guiding the fates of elves and men alike. But Círdan's silence stretched like a chasm between them. For days, Elenion lingered on the outskirts of the havens, watching the ships glide into the west, carrying those weary of Middle-earth's burdens. He began to question his own purpose. Was this pursuit wisdom or folly? Then, on the third night, Círdan appeared at his side, his face unreadable in the moonlight. "The truth you seek is not given lightly," he murmured, "but if you are brave enough to face it, the whispering stones of a region will speak to those who listen." The words sent a thrill through Elenion, though their meaning was shrouded in mystery. What secrets lay buried among those ruins, and what price would he pay to hear them? The path to a region was nothing like Elenion had imagined. Where he expected ruins, he found life, not in the bustling way of cities, but in the quiet pulse of something older. The air itself felt charged, as if the very stones remembered, and then he saw them, the whispering stones, standing in a half-circle like sentinels who had waited for centuries. Their surfaces were smooth, where time had worn away the edges, but when he reached out, the moment his fingers made contact, the world around him dissolved. Suddenly, he wasn't standing in grass and sunlight. He was knee-deep in the roar of a forge, heat licking at his face as massive hands that could only belong to a Maia of Allah-shaped raw rock into the bones of mountains. The vision shifted now. He stood in a river's current, feeling the cool rush of water that carried whispers, faint but insistent, in a voice that could only be almost. These weren't just memories, they were imprints, left behind like footprints in wet clay. But beneath the awe, there was something else, a resistance, a presence that recoiled the deeper he reached. The stones didn't just share their secrets, they tested him. A chill ran down his spine as a new voice cut through the echoes, sharp as a blade. "Not all who seek are worthy to find." The words weren't spoken, they were felt, vibrating through the ground beneath his feet. The shadow in the visions wasn't just absence, it was a warning, deliberate and coiled. What had Círdan said? The truth is not given lightly. Now Elenion understood. The Mayar hadn't just shaped the world. They'd hidden parts of it, burying truths too dangerous for even the elves to know. And then, as suddenly as it began, the vision snapped like a taut string. Elenion staggered back, gasping as the present rushed in around him. The stones stood silent once more, but the air hummed with unspoken questions. What had the Mayar been so desperate to protect? And why, after all these ages, had the stones chosen him to hear their echoes? The answers wouldn't be found in visions alone. If he wanted the full truth, he'd have to follow the trail further, into places even the wise fear to tread. Elenion's skin prickled, the kind of unease that creeps up when you're not alone, even when your eyes tell you otherwise. He spun around, scanning the tree line where the shadows pooled thickest. Nothing moved, yet the weight of unseen eyes pressed against him like a hand at his back. Then, just for a heartbeat, a flicker of movement, a cloak, dark as raven feathers, dissolving into the undergrowth. His breath hitched. The Istari weren't just myths. They walked Middle-earth still, though few ever glimpsed them. And one was here, now, watching him, the question coiled in his chest like smoke. Why was this a guardian, sent to steer him from some peril even the stones hadn't revealed? Or something sharper, a hunter, tracking the secrets he carried. The scroll in his satchel seemed to grow heavier. He edged backward, boot heel catching on a root, and the rustle of leaves snapped his gaze left. Too late, the figure was gone, as if the forest itself had swallowed them whole. Only one thing remained, a single white feather, pristine against the moss, its edges catching the faint sunlight. Radagast's mark, the brown wizard, keeper of beasts and growing things. But what business did he have with a scholar knee-deep in Maiar lore? Elenion crouched, fingertips grazing the feather's spine. It didn't vanish at his touch, didn't dissolve into some trick of light. Solid, deliberate, a message or a warning, his pulse hammered in his throat. To run now would mean abandoning the trail, but to stay, to chase the Istari into the unknown, might plunge him into a game where the rules were written in shadows. The stones had shown him visions, but visions couldn't bleed. People could. A breeze stirred the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, wood smoke, faint but unmistakable. Campfire, nearby, his jaw tightened. Choices rarely came with maps in Middle-earth. He could turn toward the smoke, confront whatever, or whoever waited. Or he could slip away, let the mystery of the feather gnaw at him later. But secrets, he'd learned, had a way of hunting you down eventually. And if Radagast himself had taken an interest, there was no hiding. Only facing, Elenion straightened, tucking the feather into his belt. The path ahead wasn't just about uncovering the past in a more. It was about surviving the present. The scent of wood smoke grew stronger as Elenion pushed through the undergrowth, each step crunching on fallen leaves. Ahead, the trees thinned into a clearing where a low fire crackled untended, yet burning steadily as if fed by unseen hands. And there, perched on a moss-covered stump, sat Radagast the Brown, his weathered fingers stroking the beak of a great eagle that regarded Elenion with piercing golden eyes. "You tread paths too old for scholars," the wizard murmured, not turning. "Even the roots remember what the wise have forgotten." Elenion's throat tightened. This was no chance meeting. Radagast had led him here. The wizard's cloak shimmered with dew despite the dry air, and his staff, gnarled as an ancient oak, pulsed faintly with a light that had nothing to do with fire. When he finally looked up, his eyes held depths Elenion hadn't expected, not the twinkle of a hermit, but the sharpness of a guardian. "Yavanna's voice is in every leaf," Radagast said softly. Nienna's grief in every storm. The Mayar didn't just shape this world. They are its breath and bones, but not all their works were kind. A chill crept down Elenion's spine. The wizard's words weren't poetry. They were a map to something far darker. Radagast leaned forward, the firelight carving shadows under his brows. "You seek the whispering stone's truths. Then know this, some Mayar strayed from the light. Their hands built prisons, not gardens. Their songs twisted rivers into snares." He plucked a withered leaf from the ground, crumbling it to dust. "Even now, their remnants stir in forgotten places. And your scroll," his gaze flicked to Elenion's satchel. "It's a key, one that might open more than dusty lore." The eagle shifted, wings rustling like parchment. Elenion's fingers clenched around the strap of his bag. He'd come for answers, not warnings, but Radagast's next words froze his blood. "The shadow doesn't sleep. It waits, and your curiosity, a spark in dry tinder." The wizard stood, his staff striking the earth with a sound like a locked door slamming shut. "Roscoble shelters more than birds and beasts. Come, scholar, see what your books never described." The invitation wasn't gentle, it was a test. And as Elenion followed the brown wizard into the deepening twilight, he understood the past wasn't dead. It was coiled beneath the world, patient as a serpent, and his search had just become a race against waking it. The weight of Radagast's warning pressed on Elenion's shoulders like a cloak lined with lead. Every step toward Roscobull felt heavier than the last, his mind torn between the scholar's hunger for truth and the gnawing fear that some doors, once opened, couldn't be shut. The wizard's hut loomed ahead, its roof tangled with vines that seemed to twitch in the corner of his vision. Inside, the air smelled of dried herbs and something older, the scent of parchment left too long in the dark. Radagast moved like a man tending graves, lifting a wooden box from a shelf with hands that trembled, just slightly. "You'll go anyway," he said, not a question, but a weary fact. Even knowing what stirs in the dark, sleep that night was a battleground. Elenion's dreams weren't his own. A figure stood in a glade of silver-barked trees, its form flickering between shadow and starlight. Chains, thin as spider silk, but glowing with runes of containment, wound around its wrists. "They called me Tindama," the Maia whispered, though its lips never moved. "The Twilight's daughter," I sang the first dew into being. The vision rippled like disturbed water. "Now I am bound where the sun does not reach. Free me, and I will show you the song that shaped the rivers." Then pain, a searing grip on his arm, and Elenion woke gasping, the phantom burn still throbbing. Dawn light spilled through the hut's single window, catching the edge of the small object Radagast had pressed into his palm hours before, a seed, hard and cold as polished jet, yet pulsing with a warmth that quickened when he held it toward the east. "It will guide you," the wizard had muttered, "and warn you." The unspoken words hung between them, "if you're fool enough to follow." Elenion rolled the seed between his fingers, watching as its glow deepened to the color of embers. Somewhere beyond these woods, a Maia, one of the very architects of creation, lay imprisoned. By whom? For what purpose? The scholar in him whispered of histories waiting to be rewritten. The man who'd felt those spectral chains shuddered, but the seed's heat spiked suddenly, searing his skin, and in that flash of pain, his choice crystallized. Knowledge wasn't just found in scrolls. Sometimes it was buried in the dark, waiting for someone brave enough to dig. He tightened his grip, let the wizards fret over consequences. The truth deserved more than guardians. It needed witnesses. Radagast stood in the doorway as Elenion shouldered his pack. The wizard's eyes were shadowed. "You'll need this," he said, thrusting forward a staff of rowan wood, its head carved with the likeness of a bird mid-flight. "It remembers the old songs. When the night grows too thick, let it sing." The gift was more than wood. It was trust and a burden. Elenion nodded, the seed's glow flaring in agreement against his chest. Eastward then, into the twilight. The path to Dol Guldur twisted like a serpent's spine, the trees growing gnarled and skeletal as the seed's glow pulsed urgent crimson in Elenion's palm. Even the wind here seemed hesitant, coiling around broken pillars where moss refused to grow. Every step deeper into the ruin sent a tremor up his legs, not from the earth, but from the stones themselves, vibrating with some old, unspent rage. Radagast's staff hummed against his grip, its carved bird warm, with a song too faint to hear but too strong to ignore. Then, between one breath and the next, the air changed. Not colder, emptier, as if the darkness had teeth and was waiting to see if he'd flinch. She appeared as a wisp at first, a flicker of silver against the black. Not wholly faded, not yet. Her voice was the sound of distant stars, the kind you only hear when the world holds its breath. You carry light where light should not tread, she murmured, her form solidifying into something almost elven, though her eyes held galaxies. I was Tindame once. I wove the first dawn's tears into rivers. Her fingers brushed the staff, and for a heartbeat, the ruin bloomed with phantom wildflowers, their petals edged in starlight. Then the vision shattered. They called it corruption. She hissed, her radiance dimming. To love the children too much, to bend the song beyond its measure. Elenion's pulse hammered. This wasn't just a prisoner, this was a heretic. A Maia who dared to reshape the Ainur's music for mortal hands. The implications crashed over him. If even the lesser powers could alter creation's fabric, what did that mean for the Valor's supremacy? But before he could speak, Tindame's head snapped up. The ground beneath them shuddered, not in memory, but in waking hunger. Shadows pooled like spilled ink, thickening into tendrils that reeked of iron and spoiled honey. You woke it, she breathed, her light guttering like a candle in a storm. The old chains, they're not just for keeping us in, they're for keeping it out. The staff's song turned shrill. Elenion barely raised it in time as the darkness lunged not toward him, but through him, aiming for the seed at his chest. Tindame's scream split the air, a sound like 1,000 mirrors breaking. Run, she begged, her form unraveling. It tastes your light, but running meant abandoning her, and the scholar in him recoiled. What if her heresy wasn't rebellion, but revelation? What if the Mayar's true power lay not in obedience, but in daring to sing a new verse? The tendrils coiled tighter, and in that heartbeat of choice, Elenion did the one thing Radagast had warned against. He reached for Tindame's flickering hand. Contact was fire and ice. The ruin dissolved into a maelstrom of fractured memories, a choir of Mayar threading their voices through the void, not in harmony, but in glorious, terrible counterpoint. Mountains rising where no mountains were meant to be, rivers defying their courses, and beneath it all, a dissonance so beautiful it hurt, then silence. The darkness recoiled as if scalded, and Tindame's grip on his fingers turned real, not freed, not forgiven, but seen. You understand now, she whispered, her voice raw with something like hope. The song was never finished. Above them, the first stones began to fall. The ground heaved like a living thing as Elenion sprinted through the ruins, his lungs burning with every gasping breath. Behind him, the darkness wasn't chasing. It was unfolding, swallowing pillars and broken arches whole. Tindame's final gift throbbed behind his eyes, not words, but something deeper, a map of fire and starlight seared into his mind. The knowledge scorched through him how the Mayar hadn't just shaped creation, but argued over it. How some, like her, had spun threads of power outside the Valor's design, weaving miracles too wild for the great music's rigid score. And how Morgoth's shadow had feasted on their descent, twisting their works into traps. A root snagged his boot, sending him sprawling. The void loomed closer, its hunger vibrating through the stones. Radagast's staff flared in his grip, its carved bird shrieking a note so piercing it cracked the air like glass. For a heartbeat, the darkness recoiled, just long enough for Elenion to lunge forward. His fingers brushed something cold and metallic, half buried in the dirt. A circlet, not elven, not dwarven, Maiar. The moment his skin touched it, the world dissolved into a vision of a forge beneath the earth, where a smith with ember-flecked eyes hammered not swords, but bridges, between realms, between fates. We were never meant to be servants, the smith growled, though his lips never moved. We were co-creators. Then impact. Elenion slammed back into his body as the void's tendrils wrapped around his ankle, yanking him toward a maw of swirling nothing. The circlet blazed in his fist, its heat singing his palm. He didn't think. He sang, not with his voice, but with the raw, desperate will Tindame had awakened in him. The note was clumsy, human, a child's attempt at a symphony, but it was enough. The void shrieked as the circlet's light erupted, severing its grip. Elenion didn't wait to see if it would regroup. He ran, the staff's song guiding him through the collapsing ruins. The forest ahead shimmered, not with escape, but with figures, tall, cloaked, their faces hidden beneath hoods. Not Istari, older, the weight of their gaze pinned him where he stood. One spoke, the words slithering into his ears like smoke. You carry what was lost, and you will answer for it. The circlet's glow dimmed, as if cowed. Elenion's blood turned to ice. He'd escaped the void only to face the very powers that had bound Tindame. And this time, there was no Maia to whisper warnings, only the terrible, dawning truth. Some doors, once opened, couldn't be closed by mortal hands. The trees of Lothlorien rose around Elenion like pillars of living silver, their leaves whispering in a tongue older than the stars. His legs gave way before he could call out, the circlet's weight dragging him into the moss, as if the earth itself sought to claim it. When he woke, the air smelled of crushed malorn blossoms and something sharper. Power, coiled and watchful. Above him stood Galadriel, her gaze not unkind but unyielding, the light of her ring flickering in time with his ragged breaths. Darkness walks with you, scholar, she said, her voice softer than the wind but heavy as a mountain's roots. Not as a follower, as a wound. He expected interrogation, perhaps even anger. Instead, she offered him a cup of water so clear it reflected nothing. Not his face, not the trees, only the faintest shimmer of gold along its rim. A test. As he drank, the liquid burned away the taste of Dol Guldur's void, leaving his tongue tingling with memories not his own. A council of Mayar beneath a sky unborn, their voices clashing like swords as they debated the shape of things to come. One, tall and crowned with flame, tore a rift in the firmament to prove a point. Another, her hair a cascade of twilight, stitched it closed with a melody that made the stars weep. The vision shattered as Galadriel took the cup back. You see now, she murmured, creation was never consensus, it was compromise. Elenion's hands trembled as he told her everything. The scroll, the whispering stones, Tindame's chains, the smith's defiant bridges. With each word, the lady's expression grew graver, her fingers tightening around the cup until its golden glow pulsed like a heartbeat. When he spoke of the hooded figures in the forest, her eyes flashed with something akin to recognition. The Mahanaksar, she whispered, the name itself a weight in the air. The ring of doom, where the valor judged their own, but those who awaited you were not judges. They were keepers, the last of the Mayar who still answer to the old laws. Outside, a breeze stirred the leaves into a susurrus of warnings. Galadriel rose, her cloak pooling like liquid moonlight. The Istari walk among us still, she said, but even they are bound by rules older than their names. To interfere too directly is to risk becoming what they were sent to mend. She turned the empty cup in her hands, her reflection finally appearing in its depths, not as she stood now, but as she might be, terrible, glorious, aflame with choices not yet made. The void you faced was but a shadow of a greater discord. The Mayar's strife, the Valor's silence, even the elves' long twilight, all threads in the same unraveling tapestry. Elenion's breath caught. He'd come seeking knowledge, not realizing it would force a reckoning. The circlet in his satchel hummed against his thigh, its song out of tune with the world around them. Galadriel heard it too. Her smile was sorrow and steel. Rest tonight, child of curious bones. Tomorrow you choose to carry what you've learned into the light, or to follow its trail into deeper dark. But remember, she pressed a hand to his chest. Where the seed Radagast had given him lay hidden. Even the smallest spark can wake the sleeping fire. And as she vanished between the trees, Elenion understood the true cost of his quest. The Mayar's secrets weren't just history. They were a mirror held up to every soul who dared to ask, what if the world was meant to be remade? The meeting place was no grand hall, no sunlit glade, just a hollow between two great Malorn roots, where even the starlight seemed hesitant to linger. Gandalf stood with his back to the trunk, his staff unlit, the usual twinkle in his eyes replaced by something sharper. "You've stirred the hornet's nest, Elenion," he said without preamble, his voice lower than the rustle of leaves overhead. "Galadriel tells me you carry more than just questions now. You carry proof." Elenion's fingers twitched toward the satchel, holding the circlet. Its weight had grown since Dol Guldur, as if drinking in the world's whispers. "Proof that the Mayar were more than tools," he countered. "That they argued, rebelled, created outside the Valor's design. Why hide that?" Gandalf's sigh carried the weight of ages. Imagine a child learning their parent is fallible. The revelation alone could shatter their world, even if the truth is kinder than the lie. He leaned forward, the scent of pipeweed and distant storms clinging to his robes. The Mayar's descent wasn't petty rebellion. It was the friction that shaped mountains. But when Morgoth twisted that fire into discord, the Valor saw only the wreckage, not the spark that birthed it. A moth fluttered between them, its wings brushing Gandalf's beard. For a heartbeat, Elenion saw not the grey pilgrim, but Olorin as he might have been in the West, a being of light and laughter, unburdened by mortal fears. Then the moment passed, and the wizard's voice turned grave. "You ask why secrets? Because not all truths heal. Some gut the hope from men's hearts before they can grow strong enough to bear them." Elenion gripped the circlet through the leather. It hummed against his palm, a rogue note in the world's song. And if the truth could strengthen us. If knowing the Mayar faltered, that even angels argued, makes their legacy more human, not less. Gandalf's staff struck the earth with a sound like a door slamming shut. Then you walk a path even the Istari fear. His eyes glinted, not with anger, but with something far heavier, recognition. "Very well, but know this, the Mahanaxar's keepers won't barter words. They'll test your mettle with more than visions." He reached into his cloak, withdrawing a feather, white as fresh parchment, but edged in gold. "Carry this where you carry that." He nodded to the satchel. "It won't shield you, but it will remind the Watchers that not all who wander are lost." The feather weighed nothing, yet Elenion felt its significance like a hand on his shoulder. Gandalf was giving him more than a token. He was offering a choice. To turn back now, to let the Mayar's secrets fade into myth, or to step forward, knowing the weight of truth might crush him as easily as it could set him free. Above them, the Malorn leaves whispered in a language older than sorrow. Somewhere beyond the Golden Wood, the Mahanaxar waited, and for the first time, Elenion wondered if the real question wasn't whether he could bear the truth, but whether the world was ready to hear it. The ink smeared beneath Elenion's quill, as if resisting the truth it was forced to bear. Rivendell's library, usually a sanctuary of hushed wisdom, felt claustrophobic tonight, the candlelight throwing accusing shadows across pages, filled with revelations that could unravel centuries of faith. Every stroke of his pen etched another blasphemy. Maiar who'd warped rivers to save drowning children, who'd shattered stars in fits of grief, who'd loved mortals enough to break the Valor's laws. These weren't the infallible guardians of elven lore. They were beings of fire and flaw, as capable of mercy as they were of ruin. The parchment trembled in his grip, its edges curling like leaves in a drought. One touch of the candle's flame, and the truth could vanish into smoke. A breeze slipped through the open window, carrying the scent of pine and the distant murmur of the Bruinen. Somewhere below, elves sang of the Valor's glory, their voices weaving a tapestry of certainty Elenion's scroll threatened to tear apart. What happened to a people who learned their gods had stumbled? Would the elves, so proud of their undying light, wither under the weight of divine imperfection? Or worse, would men, already fractured and fleeting, lose what little hope kept them reaching for something greater? His knuckles whitened around the quill. But then, a whisper of memory, Tindam's chains, the smith's defiant bridges. The Mayar's greatest acts hadn't sprung from obedience, but from the courage to defy. The candle guttered, its wax pooling over the silver holder like molten time. Elenion's hand hovered. To burn the scroll would be to choose comfort over clarity, to let the world sleep in pretty lies. But to share it, he thought of Gandalf's warning, of Galadriel's unspoken fear, that some truths, once spoken, became storms no one could control, and yet hadn't the Maiar themselves gambled on mortal hearts? He lifted the parchment, its weight suddenly different, not a burden, but a torch. Outside, the stars pulsed like distant forges. Somewhere beyond the valley, the Mahanaxar's keepers waited. But here, now, the choice was his alone. Elenion exhaled, rolling the scroll tight. The candle could wait. The world had slept long enough. The stolen scroll fluttered in the elf lord's grip like a wounded bird, as Elenion lunged, his fingers grazing the edge of the parchment before it was yanked away. The thief moved with the grace of centuries, his silver cloak blending into the moonlight as he ascended the spiral stairs of the tower, not fleeing, but luring. Elenion's breath came in ragged bursts, the circlet in his satchel burning against his thigh with each step. He should have known. In Rivendell's halls, where history was polished like a prized gem, there would always be those who preferred the sheen of myth to the grit of truth. The elf lord stood at the tower's crest, the valley sprawling beneath him like a map of all they stood to lose. You think yourself the first to unearth these secrets. His voice was honeyed venom, the kind that kills slowly. We've burned darker truths than this to keep the world from crumbling. The scroll trembled in his hand, its edges catching the wind. Elenion's pulse pounded in his ears. This wasn't just a scholar's pride. It was the terror of a guardian, who'd built his house on sand and now saw the tide coming. A gust tore between them. The elf lord's grip faltered. Elenion surged forward, but too late. The scroll split with a sound like a sigh, half its pages snatched by the wind, spiraling into the night like falling stars. The elf lord's laugh was bitter as frost. Some truths are not for mortal hands, he spat, clutching the remaining fragment to his chest. You'd let men play with fire and call it enlightenment. Elenion's hands curled into fists, the arrogance of it, to decide for all what could be born, what must be buried. The Circlet's song rose in his mind, not in defense, but in mourning. How many times had this scene played out across the ages? How many Maiar had been shackled, not by chains, but by the fear their freedom would inspire? The elf lord mistook his silence for surrender. Go back to your books, scholar, he sneered, turning away. Some doors stay shut for a reason, but Elenion was already moving not toward the elf lord, but to the tower's edge, where a single scrap of parchment had caught on the stone. The ink was smeared, the words half lost, but enough remained to sear his soul. And so we sang the world anew, though it cost us the light. The wind howled around him, carrying the echoes of choices made in shadow. The elf lord had torn the truth, but truths, like Mayar, were harder to kill than mortals knew. Somewhere below, the Bruinan whispered its ancient secrets. Elenion tucked the fragment into his tunic, the parchment warm against his skin. Let the elf lord keep his shard of history. The missing pieces, they were already singing in the dark. The torn edges of the scroll fragments prick Elenion's fingers like silent accusations as he kneels in the damp grass, piecing together what the wind spared. Moonlight bleeds through the gaps where ink once held truths, whole passages, now just jagged silence. Yet beneath the missing words, something hums, not in the parchment, but in his bones. The melody Tindam seared into him pulses faintly, a rhythm out of step with the world's song yet achingly familiar, like a lullaby half remembered. This isn't just lost history. It's a fingerprint. The Mayar didn't merely build Middle-earth, they argued it into being, their clashes and compromises etched into every mountain slope, every river's turn. That elf lord feared chaos, but the fragments tell a different story, of a Maia who diverted a river to save a drowning village, though it bent no valor's will. Of another who whispered to saplings until they grew into shields against dragon fire. These weren't rebellions. They were acts of love too fierce for the music's rigid score. Elenion presses a palm to the earth, feeling the tremor of roots and buried streams. The land itself remembers. In the hollows where the Mayar walked, the stones still sing their names, not in the flawless harmonies of Valinor, but in the rough, living cadence of choices made flesh. The world wasn't forged in perfection. It was mended, over and over, by hands unafraid to get dirty. A breeze stirs the grass, carrying the scent of rain and something older, ozone, maybe, or the ghost of a forge long cold. The circlet in his satchel thrums in answer. He doesn't need the full scroll anymore. The truth was never just in the ink. It's in the way the Bruinan refuses to follow its charted course. In the Malorn that blooms out of season, in the eagles who nest where no mountain should hold them, the Mayar's greatest secret, creation wasn't a hymn. It was a conversation, one that never truly ended. Elenion stands, fragments clutched tight. Let the scholars fear broken truths. The cracks are where the light gets in, The murmurs in the hall rise like a storm, tide half gasps of outrage, half hushed wonder. Elenion stands at the center, his hands empty, but for a few crumpled fragments, their edges charred where some scholar tried to burn them to ash. A gray-bearded Lormaster slams his fist on the table, scattering ink pots. This is sacrilege, he thunders, though his voice cracks on the last syllable. But the young scribe in the corner doesn't flinch. Her fingers hover over her parchment, trembling not with fear but hunger. If even the Maiar stumbled, she whispers, "Then what are we?" Just shadows of their mistakes. Elenion doesn't rush to answer. He lets the question linger, watching as it coils around the room, sinking into each listener like roots, seeking water. When he finally speaks, his voice is softer than the scratch of quills. When Tindama bent the rivers, she didn't ask permission. When the smith forged his bridges, he didn't wait for praise. He lifts a fragment, its ink blurred but legible. We sang the world anew. They didn't fear failure, they feared silence. A hush falls, so deep the rustle of robes sounds like distant thunder. The gray-bearded Lormaster sinks into his chair, his anger spent. The young scribe leans forward, her eyes reflecting the candlelight like twin forge fires. "Then how do we," she begins, but Elenion shakes his head. "You already are," he says, nodding to her half-filled page. "Every time you question, every time you mend what's broken without waiting for the gods to nod." He steps closer to the hearth, where the embers glow faint but unyielding. The Mayar's gift wasn't perfection. It was the courage to reshape the song, even when their voices shook. The Lormaster exhales long and slow, his breath stirring the ashes in the grate. For the first time in centuries, they glow anew. The night air in Rivendell thickens like spilled ink, the usual chorus of crickets and rustling leaves, falling silent one by one. Elenion feels it before he sees it, the same gnawing emptiness that had coiled around him in Dol Guldur, seeping through the valley's protective enchantments, as if they were mere mist. The shadow doesn't attack. It presses, its presence a weight against his ribs, whispering not in words but in sensations. The ache of abandoned hope, the chill of unremembered dreams. He knows this game. The void doesn't need to swallow him whole. It just needs him to doubt. His fingers find the circlet in his pocket, its metal warm against his skin. The Maia's melody rises in his throat, unbidden, a tune that tastes of starlight and forge smoke. At first, his voice cracks human and frail against the dark. But the more he sings, the more the song sings back, not just from the circlet, but from the very stones of Rivendell. The pillars hum beneath his palms, their ancient veins thrumming with echoes of older music. The shadow recoils, hissing like steam on hot iron. Hours bleed together. His voice grows hoarse, his legs tremble, but he doesn't stop. This isn't victory. It's persistence. The void can't be destroyed, only held at bay, note by note, breath by breath, until the first sliver of dawn stains the eastern sky. As the light grows, the darkness unravels, its whispers fading into the hollows between tree roots. Gandalf's hand lands on his shoulder, the touch lighter than a sparrow's wing but heavy with meaning. "You've learned what few do," the wizard murmurs, his eyes reflecting the sunrise. "Not to banish shadow, but to bear it without breaking." The unspoken truth hangs between them. Some battles aren't won with grand gestures. They are fought in the quiet, in the choice to keep singing when the world insists on silence. Elenion sags, his knees finally giving way. Gandalf catches him, not with pity, but with something like pride. "Rest now," he says, though his gaze drifts to the horizon, where the mist still clings to the mountains. The song isn't finished, and for the first time, Elenion understands. This isn't just his fight. It's the work of every soul who's ever dared to kindle light in the dark. The void will return, but so will he. Time has a way of softening edges, but deepening truths. Decades after the scroll fragments were first pieced together, Elenion's study in Rivendell has become less a room and more a living thing. Walls lined with parchments, bearing fresh ink, shelves heavy with new accounts of the Mayar's hidden deeds, and always the sound of young voices debating late into the night. The elf lords who once called his work dangerous now send their own apprentices to sit at his feet, not to worship the past, but to wrestle with it. A girl with ink-stained fingers traces the outline of a river on a map older than her great-grandmother. "This bend here," she murmurs, "the scroll says it wasn't always so. A Maia shifted it to save a village from flooding." The boy beside her grins, tapping the parchment. Then why do the old songs claim the valor shaped every current? The question hangs, ripe as fruit ready to fall. Elenion watches from the doorway, saying nothing. Let them find their own answers. Let them taste the thrill of pulling threads until the tapestry reveals its secrets. Outside, the world is changing. Men raise towers where once only elves dared to build. Dwarves dig deeper, singing new verses to old stones. And in the spaces between, where the light hits just right, sometimes, just sometimes, a whisper lingers. Not the commanding tones of gods, but the laughter of craftsmen who knew their work was never done. Elenion feels it most at dawn, when the mist rises from the Bruinan like breath from parted lips. The Mayar aren't gone. They're simply part of the chorus now, their voices woven into the hum of mortal hands shaping wood and stone. On the eve of his 200th summer, a messenger arrives from the Grey Havens. Círdan's gift is a small thing, a seashell, its interior gleaming with colors no earthly tide could paint. No note accompanies it, but none is needed. Elenion holds it to his ear and hears not the ocean, but a melody, the same one Tindone hummed as she stitched the first dawn. He places it on the windowsill where the students gather. Let them wonder, let them question. The scroll fragments, now preserved behind glass, no longer frighten the wise. They inspire the brave. A new generation walks Middle-earth with lighter steps and brighter eyes, unafraid to bend a river if it saves a life, to plant a tree where none should grow. And when shadows loom, they don't reach for ancient weapons. They sing, not in perfect harmony, but in the fierce, messy counterpoint of souls who have learned the most powerful truth of all. Creation never was a solo. It's a duet between the divine and the determined, and the next verse is always yours to write. The wind carries the scent of damp earth and old moss as Elenion kneels before the whispering stones, his joints protesting the weight of years, but his spirit lighter than it's ever been. The journey back was longer this time, paths once familiar, now overgrown, landmarks weathered into ghosts of themselves. Yet the stones stand unchanged, their surfaces still humming with that same quiet energy he'd felt decades ago. When his palm meets the cool rock, the world doesn't dissolve into visions this time. It expands. A chorus swells around him, not the stern harmonies of Valinor, or the dissonant cries of rebellion, but something richer, a symphony of countless voices, mortal and divine, each weaving their own thread into the grand design. He sees rivers diverted by farmers' hands, forests coaxed back to life by children's laughter, towers built not to conquer but to shelter. The Maiar are there too, their light flickering in every act of courage, every stubborn act of creation. Not as distant architects, but as kin, Tindama's voice rises above the rest, not in protest now, but in pride. You see, it seems to say, the song was never ours to control. Only to begin, the stones pulse in time with Elenion's heartbeat, their glow illuminating the wrinkles on his skin like veins of starlight. For the first time, he understands the true weight of his scrolls, his lectures, his tireless nights, not as revelations, but as invitations. The Mayar's greatest gift wasn't their power, it was their faith, that mortals would pick up the melody where they left off and sing it forward in ways even the valor couldn't foresee. The vision fades, but the warmth lingers, seeping into his bones like sunlight after winter. The stones fall silent, their whispers spent, yet as Elenion rises, his shadow stretching long across the grass, he realizes the truth. They weren't speaking to him anymore. They were listening to the world they'd helped shape, now humming with 1,000 new songs, and somewhere, beneath the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lark, he swears he hears them smile. They find him beneath the open sky, curled against the roots of a young malorn, as if cradled by the earth itself. The first light of dawn gilds the pages scattered around him, some crisp with fresh ink, others brittle with age, all pulsing with truths too long buried. A passing shepherd might mistake him for sleeping, were it not for the stillness deeper than rest, the smile that lingers like the last note of a song. His hands, once ink-stained and restless, now lie open, palms upward as if offering his life's work to the wind, and the wind accepts. One by one, the pages lift, not in chaos, but in a slow, deliberate dance. Some drift east toward Dale, where scholars pore over crumbling maps with new eyes. Others spiral south to Gondor, where stone masons pause mid-chisel, sensing the weight of some forgotten craft in the words. A single leaf, darker than the rest, rides the breeze all the way to the Shire, catching in the curls of a fauntling who doesn't yet know she'll spend her life tracing rivers that shouldn't exist. The Mayar's tales, once locked in shadow, now take root where they please, thriving in the cracks between legend and lived experience. But the real magic isn't in the words themselves. It's in what they awaken. A dwarven smith in Erebor abandons his blueprint, carving a bridge where none was planned, just because the stone asked for it. A Rohirrim shepherdess leads her flock through a storm, using a melody she swears came to her in a dream, one that bends the rain just enough to matter. These aren't miracles, they're echoes, proof that the Mayar's greatest power wasn't their divinity, but their humanity, their capacity to stumble, to care too much, to burn with the need to make things right even when the world said no. As twilight paints the whispering stones in hues of violet and gold, a new figure approaches, not a scholar this time, but a weaver's apprentice, her fingers still dusty with loom chaff. She presses her palm to the rock without hesitation, and for the first time in centuries, the stones don't answer with visions of the past. They pulse in time with her heartbeat, reflecting not ancient glory, but present possibility. The Mayar stories were never meant to be relics. They were blueprints, and the loom of creation has plenty of thread left. High above, unnoticed by mortal eyes, a lone eagle circles, not hunting, not watching. Listening, its wings catch the wind in a rhythm almost like laughter, as if remembering a joke only the stars understand. Somewhere between earth and sky, the old song and the new, the truth settles like dew. Endings are just seeds in disguise. And the garden, well, the garden's always been bigger than anyone dreamed.